So let's get started. Before we start, I'd like to ask you a quick question. Can you hear me clearly? If you can, please type number one into the chat box. And if you don't, type number zero. All right, that's beautiful. All right, so how are you this evening? Have you had any dinner yet, or you are having dinner with your family? This evening, if you feel good, please send number one. And if you don't feel so good, you could send zero. We know that it is it's gonna the end of the year, and we are all pretty busy with a lot of work to do, right? And I really appreciate your participation in our class. All right, so some of you just say that you are good. Okay, thank you, Miss Van. So this is the very first online class, and this is also the very first time that I um, have a chance to work with Microsoft Team. I am very accustomed to Zoom, yeah, but I rarely use Microsoft Team. So for some, I feel a little bit, new to some functions. Um, on this platform, and I hope that I could like get used to it early. So before we start, I just have a quick reminder. In our class, I would ask you a lot of questions in order to improve the interaction between teachers and students. I also note down the active students. And now, when you are noted down as active students, it means that you got the highest score for your participation one. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Dum. All right. Merry Christmas, everyone, also. Today is Christmas Day, but in Vietnam, it's the Monday, so we don't have a lot of time, to celebrate this day. Oh, that's cool, Miss Van. So I'd like to introduce the agenda of our lesson today. Last week, we have investigated culture and discussed the definition, norms, and values. We also had a look at some examples of subculture and counterculture. Today, we are going to have more discussion about nation state, nature, and identities. I'm pretty sure that when you guys discuss, these concepts, you would like have a very good understanding of these three concepts in Vietnamese. But today we would have a little bit more discussion when it comes to the three English-speaking countries, and also we have discussion in English related to these concepts. And after that, in the second half of the lesson, we would start to explore culture of the United Kingdom by looking at their geography, the history, and some core values and norms of the culture of the United Kingdom. So let's start first with number two, nation and nation state. I am showing you the map of European countries, and let's let's pay attention to this area. This is the map of the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. When you look at this map, you could see that in this, the land which has the red border here is the United Kingdom. So we cannot see Scotland or England or Wales or Northern Ireland at all. So why these three countries do not appear on the map? The answer is that they are not the nation state. So now let's have a look and see what are the differences, or what is nation and what is nation state. Nation versus nation state. Um, what is nation? Nation is a group of communities which have its own culture, language, identity, and one of or many ethnic groups. So it includes both nations with or without sovereignty. Sovereignty here can be understood as the independence, the autonomy. So a nation a nation may have or may not have the sovereignty, and this is still called the nation. A quick question: could you tell me what is the country that has this flag? The red dragon.
Will.
Wales. Thank you. And Wales, it is a nation. Yeah. However, this nation doesn't have the sovereignty, and it is only a nation, and it is not a nation state. A nation state, it is a political community that is differentiated from other such communities in terms of its autonomy. So we could see that the nation state is a nation with a state, with autonomy, with sovereignty. And I have here one example, that is the United States of America. It is like one nation state. And in the world, or to be specific, in the UK, there are some nations which are not defined as a nation state, such as Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. They are only nation. And now let's look at this one. This is it is quite special for the United Kingdom. This nation state has four nations, which are England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. They have their own heritage, tradition, culture, and even languages. However, each nation here doesn't have the sovereignty because all of them belong to the United Kingdom, belong to the Union. Here, people from these four countries have this different nationalities, but they would have the same citizenship, which is British. So let's have a look at the nation state of the USA. Um, initially, the 13 colonies of the USA used to be the colonies of the UK. And then in 1776, they declared independence from the UK after the victory in the American Revolution. But in after that, in 1788, New Hampshire voted to ratify the Constitution. So they all agree that they would no longer sovereign nations anymore, but they would become the different states in the USA. The states here, individual states here, does not mean the state in the nation state. Individual state here mean, like different area, different places. And state in the nation state mean we would say that it is a government. It is like the the political um, the political entity. Yeah. So that is about nation and nation state. Như vậy chúng ta vừa mới nói đến hai cái khái niệm, đó là quốc gia và quốc gia nhà nước. Khác biệt ở chỗ là một quốc gia, trong tiếng Anh mình có thể gọi là một nation hay là một country, có văn hóa, có ngôn ngữ, có bản sắc riêng. Và một quốc gia nhà nước thì có nghĩa là cái đất nước đó phải có nhà nước, hay nói cách khác nó phải có chủ quyền là sovereignty, và nó phải có sự độc lập, đó là independence hay là autonomy. Thì đấy là sự khác biệt giữa nhà nước và quốc gia nhà nước. Mình tìm hiểu cái điều này bởi vì hai cái đất nước lớn nhất mà tạo nên mà có cái văn hóa mà chúng ta đang học, đó là văn hóa Anh Mỹ, thì họ đều là những quốc gia nhà nước mà ở trong đó là cấu thành bởi nhiều đất nước nhỏ, hoặc là các bang mà vốn là những ờ, quốc gia nhà nước riêng lẻ. Ví dụ như đối với nước Anh thì chúng ta thấy quốc gia nhà nước của của Liên hiệp Vương quốc Anh thì có 4 đất nước, và 4 đất nước này thì đã từng có sự độc lập, nhưng trải qua cả một quá trình lịch sử với rất nhiều những cái diễn biến khác nhau, và họ đã trở thành hợp lại để trở thành quốc gia nhà nước, the nation state of the UK. They have experienced a lot of ups and downs in the history, through a lot of bloody wars, a lot of negotiations and promises. They have been together to join the Union of the UK. Hoặc đối với nước Mỹ thì vốn 13 bang đầu tiên mà thành lập mà hợp lại để trở thành Hợp chủng quốc Hoa Kỳ, họ là 13 thuộc địa của Anh, và khi độc lập thì họ trở thành 13 bang, và đây là 13 bang độc lập, và thời kỳ đầu thì nó là 13 cái quốc gia nhà nước, nhưng sau đó thì họ đã hợp lại và không còn cái quyền, mình hiểu là cái chủ quyền nữa, mà họ hợp lại để trở thành một quốc gia nhà nước của Liên hợp Hợp chủng quốc Hoa Kỳ. So those are the two examples that I'd like to use to illustrate the idea of nation and nation state. And now I'd like to continue by uh, analyzing the concept nationalism. Nationalism could be understood as a kind of ideology in which people in which loyalty and devotion to a nation state is very important, and it is more related to political principle one, and it also stems from the patterns of social ordering that embedded in own ethnic sites. So when we talk about nationalism, we may think about patriotism. Both of them are related to the loyalty to a nation. But when it comes to patriotism, it is related to the feeling, to the emotion of one person. They feel close to, they feel a great love to their country, to the place that they have been born and grew up. Yeah. But But for nationalism, it is about the also the loyalty, and also about the loyalty to the state, or loyalty to the political organization of the country. Um, but I would like to, before I have a clearer an analysis of this concept, I would like to share with you one example. And let's pay attention to this flower. Anyone knows what is this flower? Anyone knows? I just like to give you a hint. This is a very popular, famous flower in Scotland, and we may simply call it purple flower. And they have a really special appearance. Yeah, so I would like you to um, Google and quickly check purple flower in Scotland and tell me, what does this flower symbolize? And when you have the answer, you could type your answer into the chat box. Yeah, thank you, Minh Anh. It is so. Any other information that you have found? Any other information? Oh, hello, Mr. Vũ, right? Is a symbol of Scotland, representing attributes like resilience, bravery, and the ability to defend against adversity. That's beautiful. Thank you. Any other opinion? I- No more. Okay, so Oh, Minh Anh, can you say something about what you have sent to the chat box? No one provokes me with impunity. Back in the era of King James 7 and 1. Oh, as the symbol of the royal family. Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you for your opinion. And now I'd like to give a quick summary of the meaning of this flower. Thistle is the symbolic flower of Scotland. And as you have read from the chat box, it symbolizes the spirit, the resilience, the bravery of Scottish people. The appearance of the flowers here and also how it could survive and how it could develop very fast could represent the spirit of Scottish people. They have been resilient to keep independence, to fight against the conquering, the invasion of England for thousands of years. And at one time, it was also the symbol of the royal family. And in this sense, I'd like to analyze and introduce to you the three main components of the nationalism. That is the full sovereignty, the national identity, when members of the nation share a common culture, a language, religion, ethnic, or common ancestor. And it also consists, it also include it also includes the national achievements when people feel proud of their country, of their national achievements. So the nationalism here could include like all the autonomy, national identity, and the pride of the people. So when it comes to nationalism or patriotism, in these countries, we would encounter a lot of symbols like this flower or colors and other um, animals, for example, that can, represent the spirit, the autonomy, or the identity of one country. So, um, let's continue. Now we have talked about nation and nation state, and now let's move on and we would look at the relation between nature and culture. Ở phần 2 vừa rồi khi chúng ta nói về nationalism, các anh chị đã rõ chưa ạ? Mình có câu hỏi gì không? Mình sẽ nhắc lại một chút nhé. Mình còn nói đến chủ nghĩa quốc gia dân tộc. Thì ở đây mình chỉ hiểu một cách rất là cơ bản. Đó là một cái lý tưởng mà nó liên quan đến sự trung thành và sự cống hiến đối với cả một quốc gia. Và nó có thể mang tính tích cực hoặc là mang tính tiêu cực. Nó sẽ phụ thuộc vào nhiều yếu tố khác. Tuy nhiên ở đây thì mình thấy nó sẽ gắn liền với cái tính và với chủ quyền của một đất nước, với cái bản sắc của một quốc gia và với niềm tự hào dân tộc. Thì ba cái yếu tố này nó sẽ ảnh hưởng đến cái chủ nghĩa quốc gia dân tộc. Tuy nhiên với cái phạm vi của khóa học này thì mình chỉ muốn nhắc đến cái khái niệm này khi chúng ta nói đến một số những cái vấn đề về lịch sử của các đất nước ở trong các quốc gia nhà nước Anh và Mỹ mà chúng ta vừa mới nói đến. Ví dụ như mình lấy hình ảnh của bông hoa thistle, cái bông hoa tím là một biểu loài hoa tượng trưng cho đất nước Scotland, và nó tượng trưng cho cái tính tự cường, sự dũng cảm của những người lính Scotland, của những người dân Scotland. Họ đã vượt qua rất là nhiều những cái thăng trầm trong lịch sử để giữ được cái sự độc lập của mình trong gần 1.000 năm. Nhưng cuối cùng thì ờ, vẫn trở thành một phần của Liên hiệp Vương quốc Anh. Tuy nhiên cái tính dân tộc, cái sự tự hào, cái tính dân tộc và cái gọi là cái mong muốn ừm, được tự chủ, được độc lập thì nó vẫn còn. Và this one, you know, this spirit would probably affect the future of Scotland, the future of still belonging to the UK or separate from the UK. And that's why I have, you know, mentioned this concept, and also bring up here the example of thistle, a very important symbolic flower of Scotland. Các bạn có câu hỏi gì không nhỉ? Mình thấy học qua team có vẻ như không không được tương tác nhiều như là học qua Zoom. You don't you don't have any question?
Yes.
So now let's look at nature and culture. First, let's have a look at this photo. Anyone recognize this place? This place has a really special
Uh,
geological feature.
oh,
Yes.
yeah, I think it's similar in Gandaria in Phuyen province in Vietnam.
Oh, yeah, sure. It has the same structure, and I mean the geological features of gành đá dĩa, yeah, in Vietnam. And this is also a very touristy place in Northern Ireland, and it is called Giant's Causeway. Gosh. Okay, I will type the name here, Giant's Causeway. So you check it out if you want to. Giant's Causeway. The name of this place originated from the legends of Irish people, and it is a legend about the fight between Scottish giants and Irish giants 1,000 years ago. So for this one, you could see that the let's say um, the human the people might have affected or somehow like give the nature here some kind of meaning, some kind of explanation about the origin of the formation of this place, when like in the past they probably cannot explain um, scientifically the formation of these plates, and they also use different legends in order to explain the formation. So here we could see that the nature, it is not 100% nature. It still has it is still affected by the human's thought, the human's belief. That's why today we are going to analyze the relation between nature and culture uh, from different perspectives by looking at a lot of examples. So let's have a look. First, what is nature? Um, when it comes to the nature in English, there would be a number of meaning. We may define nature as the essential quality of everything, or we may define nature as the universe with its contents. So the nature here means everything that exists in the universe. Or we may define nature just as the living world, like human being and plants and animals. Yeah, it is just the living world. Or we can define nature as something that separated, um, from the human society and culture. So there are a lot of meanings. Như vậy là cái từ nature có rất nhiều ý nghĩa. Nó có thể có nghĩa nature có thể có nghĩa là bản chất, có nghĩa là những cái đặc điểm của sự vật sự việc. Ví dụ như là nước thì sẽ có hình dạng của vật chứa nó. Water would have the shape of its container. Water would only run downstairs. Như vậy đó là những cái đặc điểm cố định, của sự vật sự việc. Thì mình hiểu là nature là bản chất. Và mình hay có ví dụ là they are good natured. Có nghĩa là con người họ là bản chất của họ là thiện, là tốt. Đó. Nghĩa thứ hai thì nature là mọi thứ. Thì mình hiểu nature đây là tự nhiên, có nghĩa là tất cả mọi thứ trong cái vũ trụ này. Và ý nghĩa thứ ba là nature là cái thế giới sống. Ý nghĩa thứ tư là nature có nghĩa là thiên nhiên, có nghĩa là tự nhiên, theo nghĩa là nó không bị ảnh hưởng của con người, nó nằm ngoài xã hội của loài người và văn hóa của loài người. Như vậy nó là separated, from human being. Và trong cái nghĩa cuối cùng này ý, thì mình hiểu là thiên nhiên ở đây phải là hoàn toàn là thiên nhiên, theo hướng ví dụ như trong một thành phố chẳng hạn, có những cái cây hay là I'm sorry, trong trong một thành phố chẳng hạn, thì nó không thể được coi là nature. It is not, natural. Như vậy đây là các cái cách người ta định nghĩa nature theo những cách khác nhau, và mỗi một cái định nghĩa thì nó đều có những cái phù hợp riêng trong từng cái bối cảnh khác nhau. So now I'd like you to present to you opposite, the two opposite idea um, about the relation between nature and culture. And now let's have a look at this one. So, do you recognize this photo? Um, what does this photo remind you of? What does this photo remind you of, everyone?
Uh,
It is, yes?
it's required. Was I had uh, mm, loud shower on the moonlight.
Ah, all right.
It's
Uh,
make me remember the uh, mm, story of Jack London.
oh, do you remember the title of that novel written by Jack London?
Yes.
That is the call of the call of the wild. Am I
Oh yes,
right?
yes,
Yeah, the call of the wild. The story of a dog, a domesticated dog named Buck.
yes. It's a huge dog.
He was, and he was, how to say, um, when he had to go to the North Pole, and he had a lot more exposure to the nature in the North Pole, and then from a home dog.
Okay,
He,
firstly, he doesn't go to the North Pole. He was kidnapped.
he was kidnapped. Yeah.
And secondly, it wasn't the North Pole. It was Alaska. Please
Yes. Can
get
you continue, please?
please get your facts straight.
Yes. Can you can you help me to continue the story, please? Yes. All right. So let me continue. And thank you for your contribution. So from this novel, we could see that like this dog has from a domesticated dog, he has like joined a group of wild dog in Alaska, and here we can see that from this one, the power of nature seems to play a more seems to, let's say, um, the power of nature has been like affect has affect the, let's say, I could say that um, after a long time, the dog being domesticated and becoming the home dog, he still could, come back to become a wild dog. And it means that it is really hard to deny the power of the nature. So, for this sense, one school of thought believed that um, the human factors, the human factors could be refused, and nature is always nature. However, for other school of thought, they believe that nature is also part of culture, and it means that they insisted on the presence of history, of politics, and human decision making and agency. So here, I'd like to bring up here two opposite views about the relation between nature and culture. One view is that nature is just part of culture, and another view is that nature as natural, and nature, could like control the human being. And now let's continue and look at the culture into nature. We have here like two we say two ways street, the culture into nature and nature into culture. So in this sense, culture that one grows up in is considered as the best way of living, the correct way, and the natural way. It means that like when we were born and grow up in one culture and we are so familiar with the values and norms of that culture, and we just consider it as natural, as something like a matter of fact. And at the same time, other cultures would be considered as odd or unnatural. And so it is when we could say that, culture has become nature in the view of the people growing up in, that culture. And now I'd like to give you some examples, and could you please answer the question? It is in this situation, it is like cultural or natural or both? This is the American breakfast and Vietnamese breakfast. I'd like to choose the kind of, typical one. And in your opinion, this is cultural or natural? And if you think that it is cultural, please type letter C. And if it's natural, type letter N into the chat box. All right. A lot of you think that it is culture. Okay, thank you. So for this one, we can say that it is cultural and it is the habit of eating of each people in these countries. And how about this one? I have here two photos which about the popular swimming outfit in the modern time and the popular Muslim women's swimming outfit. And could you be more specific about, like, if it is about culture, so to be specific, what it is? All right, so Ms. Phượng, could you be more specific about your statement when you say culture depends on the nature of living? Are you talking about the geography? All right, thank you, Ms. Tam. Yes, in this photo, it is about religion issue. And Ms. Phượng, would you like to say about your statement?
I can't speak in English, but I think the geography effect on the living condition. So the human have adapt to the condition to survival. So they make the culture adaptive. I think this.
All right. So what you mean is like the geography would affect the living affect the living condition, and it's required people to adapt to those natural conditions.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Wu, you also talk about the religion one, and that's why the outfit is like different from other. All right, thank you. So for this one, I have like noted down here. It is like Muslim women, and from this one we could infer that, as we know, like in these countries where people have this religion, women are not allowed to, let's say, wear kind of revealing or sexy clothes in public. And that's why when they go swimming, they still have to choose this modest outfit. And so we just talk about the relation, how, culture may turn into like nature. And what I'd like to emphasize here is that when one grows up in one culture and they consider their culture as the best one, that may create a kind of bias or a kind of attitude which are really negative. And here, that is ethnocentrism, when people of one culture consider their culture as the center and the other cultures are inferior to their culture. So here it is important to be aware of cultural differences, appreciate cultural differences, and do not consider that our culture is something natural. And the second, another way around I'd like to analyze here, that is nature into culture. And for this one, I'd like to bring up here some specific examples. How nature can become part of culture, that is when human beings develop different techniques, or we say like the human being tamed the nature through different activities such as agriculture or horticulture. So in this sense, nature has become part of culture. Or another example, that is when landscapes could be seen through the collective eyes or the cultural eyes. And landscape would be given names that reflect the cultures, the lifestyle of people living in that area. And here I'd like to give you one example. Can you notice, like, what is this place? This is also a touristy place in the United States of America. And it is in Grand Canyon. I guess, yeah, it is in Grand Canyon. And anyone know the name of this place? Or could you recognize, or could you relate, like, this, the shape of this rock to anything? It is in Grand Canyon, in Arizona and Colorado, in the southwest of America. All right, you could like send your, what you found down. You could send what you found down into the chat box, please. No, it is Colorado River. Okay, so this name of this place is Horseshoe Bend. And in Vietnamese, we have like horseshoe là cái móng ngựa. Và đây là cái band này chính là cái vòng, tức là cái lượn. Có con sông Colorado nó lượn quanh cái và cái móng ngựa này, người ta đặt tên cho nó là Horseshoe Bend. And with this name, can you refer to any, famous culture of this area? So it is actually closely related to the cowboy life in this area when they, live on the horse. And from this, so we could see that with the cultural eyes related to the cowboy culture here, and they just refer the landscape, this rock, and compare it and make it like the similar. They just imagine that this rock looks similar to a horseshoe, and they name it the Horseshoe Bend. It's somehow also similar to the story of Giant's Causeway, when the people there also imagine that the landscape was created by the giants when they wanted to make a causeway, and then they name it Giant's Causeway. Now I'd like to continue with the next example, the third example. In this one, I'd like you to look at this national park, the Yellowstone National Park in the US. And this national park was established in 1872, kind of the end of the 19th century. And why I say that nature has become culture? Because after this national park was established, it has been protected by the government. All the detrimental uses have been outlawed. So it means that any act of exploiting mineral resources or selling land for habitation would be banned. Instead, the government aimed to preserve this landscape as natural as possible for public uses, such as education, tourism, and also land management, animal control, and so on. So we could say that it is not, natural to be natural. It still depend on the protection of the human being to protect it from, other detrimental uses. And in this case, it is also considered that, like nature also become parts of culture. One more example, it is about, I also like to introduce to you other national parks. And in this one, we could see that the national parks includes both the landscape and indigenous people. So it still like have the nature and the people. Here we have both the nature and the culture. So from this analysis, we could see that nature and culture have a close relation with each other, and its nature can be part of culture, and culture is also part of nature, and they cannot be separated from each other. For each way, we do have like different examples to illustrate this relation between nature and culture. So do you have any questions before we move on? Các bạn có câu hỏi nào không?
Phần bài tập làm theo nhóm này là cô sẽ cho bọn em làm bài tập về nhà hay là bọn em sẽ làm bài tập nộp lại cho cô ạ?
Cái phần này thì mình sẽ không yêu cầu các bạn làm. Bởi vì thời lượng không cho phép, và các bạn ở trên Decop các bạn sẽ chỉ làm các bài quiz thôi.
Vâng.
All right.
Cảm ơn cô ạ.
Xin thưa cô, môn này mình có tài liệu gì không ạ? Giáo trình không ạ?
Tài liệu giáo trình mình up ở trên Decop hết rồi.
Cô có thể gửi cái link Decop đấy cho bọn em được không ạ? Em không vào được, em còn không biết cái đấy nó ở đâu ấy ạ.
Phần này các bạn có thể hỏi văn phòng hộ mình nhé, hoặc là hỏi bạn mà điều phối hoặc là phụ trách lớp mình ấy. Bởi vì các bạn sẽ có danh sách và sẽ được add vào cái khóa học ở trên Decop, và sẽ có tất cả các cái thông tin ở trên đấy, thì các bạn hỏi nhanh cho mình nhé. Các bạn liên hệ với cả văn phòng hoặc là bạn phụ trách lớp của mình nhé.
Cô ơi, em có kiểm tra trên cái Decop của cái môn văn hóa văn minh anh ấy thì em không thấy cái slide với cả bài giảng của cô ở trên đấy ạ. Cô xem lại giúp bọn em vậy.
Alright, so let me share with you this screen. So this one is just the Decop. And I have uploaded here, you could see content 1, Introduction to Cultural Concept. And I have the recording and lesson 1 and lesson 2, and also different links to websites, or I mean to YouTube video. And recording 2, recording 3. For recording 1, let me open, the link. You could just click here and it would link you to, I have shared this one with everyone. So do you have access to this link? I'm sorry, to this course. And for content number 3, it is about the United Kingdom 1. I have the book, the slide, and video, and the quiz, and the recording also. And for example, I click on the book, it is the country and people. And education and economy, and holidays and festival. Also have the slide. And the book, holidays and festival. Chinese New Year in Soho, London. Penny for the Guy, and this is a garden in suburban Britain on bonfire night, on music festival. Different, I'll talk about Glastonbury Festival. So do you have access to this course? If you haven't got the access, yes.
Cô ơi, hình như là cô upload lên cái lớp khác ạ. Lớp em là lớp từ xa 21 em vừa kiểm tra thì vẫn không có đâu ạ. Cô có thể xem cái ảnh mà em vừa gửi trên chat box ấy. Em có vào cái môn đấy.
Đây là cái lớp mình được gửi đến này.
À thế thì đúng rồi ạ. Từ xa 223 lớp em từ xa 221 ạ. Nên là hình như là cô chưa up lên cái lớp đấy ạ. Nên là bọn em không có slide với cả tài liệu của cô vừa gửi.
Anh Vũ ơi, lớp mình có cả 223 anh ạ. Nghĩa là rất là có nhiều lớp ấy. Thì cái này chắc anh liên hệ với cả bên cô Hoài ấy để hỏi xem là như thế nào về lớp từ xa 223 đông, nên chắc là bên cô Hoài báo cô giáo up vào đấy thì cô up vào đấy thôi ạ.
Bởi vì là trong cái gọi là gì nhỉ? Trong cái tài khoản của mình ấy, đây chỉ có danh sách mỗi lớp mình thôi, chỉ có mỗi cái khóa này thôi.
Thực ra này không biết là chia sẻ các khóa khác như nào, nhưng lớp em cá nhân bọn em liên hệ với cô Hoài rất khó ạ. Nên là tại vì có vẻ là cô quản lý rất nhiều lớp nên bọn em ít khi cô trả lời lắm ạ. Nên nếu mà cô có thể
rồi
tìm một cái cách khác thì upload cho bọn
sẽ
em.
hỏi lại nhé. Ok, mình sẽ hỏi lại. Rồi.
Anh thử kiểm tra mail trong Outlook xem ạ. Outlook ạ, bởi vì là bọn em cũng nhận được cả hai mail của cả hai lớp 22/1 và 22/3. Thì upload hết lên 22/3 thì anh có thể kích chung vào lớp 22/3 đăng ký vào thì xem bài giảng chung ấy ạ.
Mình như enroll thì chỉ vào được lớp từ xa 21 thôi hay sao ấy, chứ không vào được lớp của bên bạn đâu. Cái này mình cũng kiểm tra
chỉ vào được
thường xuyên mà.
221 thôi. Chứ không có link thì là gửi cả 21 và 223, nhưng bọn mình enroll xong thì chỉ có lớp 221 thôi, không có lớp 223.
Rồi ạ. Ok ạ. Thế thì là lớp mình là có hai lớp là A221 và A223 đúng không?
Đúng rồi.
Rồi thế thì mình sẽ hỏi
theo
lại
như email
bên,
của trường thì đúng là như thế ạ.
Rồi ạ. Rồi.
Cô cho em hỏi mấy cái bài quiz này sao mà bây giờ đã là năm 2023 rồi mà nó vẫn còn ghi là 2022 vậy cô?
Bài quiz này thì tuần này mình mới bắt đầu mở. Sau khi mình học xong bài về cultural concepts thì mình sẽ mở cái phần bài quiz này để các bạn làm. Và cái quiz này là của khóa năm trước cho nên là nó vẫn là 2022.
Cô ơi, em thấy các cô giáo khác ấy, các cô cũng có thể upload cái tài liệu lên bằng cái Microsoft Teams này. Thì nếu mà cô tìm hiểu thêm giúp bọn em cái cách upload này thì có thể là dùng cách đấy thì bọn em vẫn có thể nhận được tài liệu từ cô ạ.
Rồi. Bởi vì ở trong phần decode thì còn có phần quiz thì mình đã up lên trên đấy rồi. Nhưng mà thế thì mình sẽ hỏi luôn cái phần của lớp xem nào, lớp từ xa A221 nhá, để có tài liệu cho các bạn nhé. Còn thực ra up trên Microsoft Teams cũng được, nhưng bởi vì ở đây mình đã có một cái giao diện, tức là mình đã có một cái nền tảng nó.
Em việc H13 em ép Zalo của cô gửi cho em gửi lên nhóm cho các bạn cũng được ạ.
Ok ạ, được ạ.
Dạ, vâng. Giảng lại 3 lần bia đấy hả?
Vâng, thế còn nhờ cô kiểm tra với cả hỗ trợ bọn em đấy. Cảm ơn.
Ok rồi ạ. All right, so let me continue. And now let's continue with the last part about cultural identity. And before we start, I'd like you to pay more attention to the photo. And could you recognize where this man's from?
He come from Scotland.
Yeah, he comes from Scotland. And how can you recognize, his, his nationality?
The traditional dress.
Yes.
And the musical instrument is playing.
Yes. So when we, look at like this traditional costume, traditional musical instrument, and we can somehow guess, make a good guess about where this man's from. And yeah, he's from Scotland. So now we are going to, look at the ethnic identity and cultural identity. For this one, I'd like to present to you the first, that is the definition of cultural identity. So when it comes to cultural identity, it is like when it refers to the identification that one have a specific group, or in other words, it is like a person that have a sense of belonging to a particular group. And this would be based on different cultural factors, such as nationality, ethnicity, race, gender, and religion. So when here it is actually about cultural identity of like, one person, had personal cultural identity. And let's look at this definition. Let's look at this feature of cultural identity. Cultural identity is built through the one process of sharing knowledge, when people share the traditions, heritage, language, aesthetics, norms, and custom. So it is like a long process of sharing like the common knowledge. So for this one, we could see that cultural identity here means that like when people have a sense of belonging to a particular group, and this sense of belonging could be built through a long process of having the common knowledge of like traditions, language, and so on. And now I'd like to show you another example. Let's look at this photo. Can you recognize like what is this? And does this image remind you of, any familiar culture? Does this image like, remind you of any familiar culture?
Okay.
Can you see it? Everyone, can you see it?
You haven't shown any picture.
Can you see it now?
Is that the picture of a picture of coffee?
Yes, coffee. But like, can you be more specific about like what kind of coffee and like how people drink this coffee? And do you know like in which cultures people drink coffee this way? And probably here, I think there would be some, condensed milk here.
In our country?
In Vietnam? Yes. And what kind?
Filter coffee.
Ah, thank you. It is, we call this unfin coffee. And now I'd like to show you a video that introduces about one entrepreneur, a Vietnamese American, and she introduced Vietnamese coffee to the American market. And here it is one video, when she was invited to a program to Barrymore show to talk about her company and her coffee. And from this one, I'd like you to recognize, Vietnam and Vietnamese identity that you could see in this video. Is that clear, everyone? Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ xem một cái video giới thiệu về một cô gái người Mỹ gốc Việt, người đã giới thiệu cà phê Việt Nam đến thị trường Mỹ và cái cách mà cô ấy đã quảng bá hình ảnh của Việt Nam và cà phê Việt Nam. Và các bạn xem video và các bạn có thể nhận ra là trong cái video này thì cái hình ảnh gì mà gợi cho các bạn ngay đến cái văn hóa Việt Nam, hay là ngay đến cái Vietnamese identity, how that the one that you identify with.
Excuse me, teacher. I can't hear any sound.
All right, so let me check this one. You cannot hear any. You could hear you could see the image. You could see the image, couldn't you?
In a very low frame rate, just like a slideshow, not like a video.
All right, so could you wait me a second to check and to turn on the sharing the sound also?
Yeah, you must include the computer sounds in this when you share the document.
Yeah, thank you. Can you just wait a second? Máy tính của mình nó lại đang bị lag và mình không mở lại được cái slide đang trình chiếu. All right, I could open it again. All right, so I could turn on the video, and if you have any problem while watching this video, please let me know. Please let me know.
We strive to create a space for amazing and courageous people to share their stories here at the show. And in the wake of the senseless attacks on...
Is everything okay?
Yes, teacher.
Yes, you can see both the scene, both the image and the sound. Couldn't you?
Yes, I could.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. So let's continue.
On the Asian community across our country, many business owners and influencers are using their voice to speak out against hate and injustice. And we always want to use this platform to elevate these voices. And so I really want you to meet our friend Sarah Nguyen. She is the founder of Nguyen Coffee Supply, the first specialty Vietnamese coffee importer and roaster in the U.S. And Sarah has been using her business to fight for racial justice, one bean at a time. And Sarah is here in the studio! Hi, Drew. First of all, you went to UCLA and studied Asian American studies.
Yes.
What made it so important for you to have other people's back and fight for what you believe in?
Yeah, I think, growing up in Boston, I just felt so invisible as a young Vietnamese American kid. And then when I discovered activism in high school, I found my voice, and I found my passion for increasing representation because I didn't have that growing up.
See, these are why I love hearing this, because people, it's like that's your truth
Yeah.
of who you are as a human being. And it's such an inspiration to other people. Now, here's a fun fact. Vietnam, #2 behind Brazil for coffee production?
Yes. I didn't know until 2016. And I was like, how do I not know this fact? I'm Vietnamese American. Drew, it's because of lack of transparency and because Vietnamese coffee and farmers have been rendered invisible in the coffee world.
Well, let's bring this into the light. Take me through this beautiful coffee of yours.
Yeah, so I brewed you a fiend drip coffee. You flip the cap. Yep, the cap becomes a coaster. Put it over, and I already put a dab of sweetened condensed milk for you in the bottom. You can stir it up. And this is Loyalty. It's our best-selling blend, and it's a blend of both Arabica and Robusta, which Vietnam is the most famous for.
Thank you for letting us shine a light on your small business, which is really a big thing at this show. I learned so much about how important it is to feature small businesses. Whoa!
So it's a little stronger than usual because Robusta has 2 times more caffeine than Arabica coffee beans.
There's a really delicious note of like a beautiful bitterness that's almost like a dark chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just getting velvet. It's so smooth and so beautiful. Now, how can the rest of us really be an ally in this time where we want to support each other? Do you have a suggestion for me or anyone who may be watching?
First, check in with yourself and see if you have certain biases or stereotypes about Asians that you don't understand. So unpack that first because change starts inside. And then the next thing is to use your voice and your platform and your privilege to have these conversations with other people, because when we can start one-on-one, it creates a ripple effect of change.
I also reached out to all of my friends and I just said, what can I do? How can I be there for you?
I love what you just shared because it shows that being an ally and being a change maker, it's not a perfect path and it's not a linear path. It's about being open to learning and stumbling and growing. I think that's just the most important thing, right? And so thank you for reaching out and to being so honest and vulnerable about your experience as well.
Thank you, Sarah. And are we now best friends? On the website, the whole business in our small businesses gift, the whole business, and you are.
All right, so from this video, I'd like to draw attention to the coffee brand, and what is that? And when you see, this one, do you feel any sense of belonging? Do you feel like, you could identify yourself with this image? I'm sorry, like can you identify, yourself from the name of this brand name of the coffee? And does the image here of how people drink coffee here like remind you of anything? And you could raise your voice, or you could like chat, send your opinion via the chat box. So this is a story of a Vietnamese American. And she used her last name to give, the brand name of her coffee company, of her small, coffee business here. And the brand name here is, you could say it is Nguyen, right? Nguyen Coffee Supply. And we also have the Fin Drip Coffee. So all of this image, could help us to identify that is Vietnamese, right? And with this name and Nguyen here, we can immediately recognize, that is Vietnamese, and we have, a very strong sense of belonging to this culture. And here I also like to introduce to you the story of this Vietnamese American, when she said like, living in Boston, and she has found herself like invisible in the community. So when she opened this small business and give it the name like Nguyen Coffee Supply, she hopes that the Asian community or the Vietnamese community voice could be heard, and people like could recognize, Vietnamese community, and they know the existence of Vietnamese community in Boston. And this is also, one from this example, I also like to illustrate for the definition of cultural identity, when we could see that, like in this case, it is more of ethnic identity. When we talk about Vietnamese community in America and how they would have other people to know who they are. And it's also a way for for Vietnamese American themselves to keep, to maintain and appreciate their heritage culture. Với cái câu chuyện này và trong cái video này các bạn sẽ thấy một cái hình ảnh trong một video của Barrymore ở Mỹ, và nhưng chúng ta thấy một cái hình ảnh rất là quen thuộc, đó là cà phê phin và nhỏ giọt, và hình ảnh của một cái sản phẩm cà phê nhưng mà có cái brand name rất là quen thuộc của chúng ta, đó là Nguyễn. Và nhìn cái này thì chúng ta sẽ cảm thấy là chúng ta có một cái chúng ta cảm thấy chúng ta thuộc về, chúng ta cảm thấy chúng ta gọi là identify ourselves, with all of this one. Bởi vì tất cả những cái này nó chính là cái văn hóa, những cái thói quen và những cái sản phẩm văn hóa rất là nổi bật trong văn hóa của Việt Nam. Là một cái câu chuyện khác ở đây, đó là câu chuyện về một cô gái người Mỹ gốc Việt và muốn giới thiệu văn hóa Việt Nam với cộng đồng, với người Mỹ, và để cho cái cộng đồng người Việt được nhìn thấy, trở nên visible, và tiếng nói của họ được là mình sẽ hiểu là like their voice could be heard in America. Và đây cũng là một cái cách để mà những người trẻ, những người Mỹ gốc Việt họ nhớ và họ có thể hiểu và tiếp tục những cái giá trị và những cái truyền thống của văn hóa của tổ tiên của họ. Và ở đây mình sẽ dùng từ là heritage culture. Okay, thank you. So Ms. Vân and Mr. Khai also talk about Saigon coffee, about popular surname, of Nguyen, and you also talk about, you feel proud to see Vietnamese coffee.
I have a negative idea about about the traditional Vietnamese coffee.
So could you share that one?
Yeah, about 2 years ago, I start dive deeper in the coffee science, in the history and about the drinking or making coffee, and I found that our traditional coffee is may not good for our health. Like we heard about the research a bit, because our coffee is a mixture of many things like bean or other things to make our coffee more bitter and make it more solid than original. When the roaster roast the green bean of coffee in our country, they add fish sauce.
Fish sauce also?
Yes, fish sauce, butter, and other nuts to make our coffee more bitter, more black. And then if you use that coffee it's not 100% from coffee. It's maybe only about 80%.
80%.
The rest of the gradient is corn or soybean.
Soybean.
Yeah, and maybe some nut of the tree hạt cau ấy cô.
Yeah.
And other things to make the coffee, and that is not good. If you open a bag of coffee, a traditional bag of coffee in Vietnam, is have a very heavy smell of butter, and it lasts very long.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your information. I'd like to have one more question. So in this video, it mentioned the two kinds of coffee, and Arabica and Robusta, and the one that that Nguyen Supply company use is Robusta, and they use this, as the I think it is the only ingredient to make coffee.
No. The coffee of Vietnam is popular is Robusta, and what we export to the world is Robusta, and Robusta used for two main purpose only. Is the one is to extract caffeine from it to use in medical. The things. Another thing is extract extract caffeine for using instant coffee.
Yes.
It's not for another it's not common to use like Arabica, because Arabica tree is not it's not suited in our country, so it's it yield is very low.
Yeah, but in this video, the main ingredient, I mean, like the kind of bean used in this company is Robusta. And is it still the original Robusta, or it's still, or any other kind of beans or additives are still added to the coffee?
I don't really confident to tell that any coffee that can make our traditional coffee is 100% Robusta. I only trust 100% of coffee beans when I grind it myself.
I think like thank you for your information, and I do agree with you that when it comes to traditional coffee in Vietnam, there are some dark side, some kind of negative points. But in this case, and for Nguyen Supply Company, I'm also not confident to confirm that they sell the original coffee without any addition, without any additives here.
No. You may misunderstand my ideas. I tell that I have been lying about coffee, our traditional coffee, for a long time before I realized that is not true. I don't talk about this this product of this person.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So thank you for your information. So from this one, I could like say that some, like, for some products we claim the speciality of Vietnam, but behind that there's still some untold story. And now when you, or like when we know the story, we may somehow feel a little bit disappointed. Do you feel that?
No, I don't. When
when you learn this fact.
Yeah, when I know this, I don't touch or don't use our traditional coffee anymore.
Okay, thank you for your sharing. And now let's get back to the story of cultural identity and the ethnic identity and the story of a Vietnamese American wants to promote Vietnamese culture to the United States.
Honest and vulnerable about your experience as well.
And now I'd like to continue with the concept of ethnic identity. And after that, we would have a short break. For ethnic identity, it is inherently a matter of ancestry, of beliefs about the origins of one's forebears. And it can be based on the national origin, race, religion, language. So let's look at, I'd like to introduce to you this famous actress. She is American, and her mother has Danish, Welsh, German, English, and French ancestry, whereas her paternal grandparents were both the children of Mexican immigrants. So here we could see that like she has, mixed blood, and it is hard like to identify her ethnicity in this case, because she has a mixture of a lot of ethnicity. And probably here we just consider her as like an American, and she has American cultural identity. And in America, there are a lot of communities with different ethnic identities. But with the increasing number of mixed race marriage or interracial marriage, more people have, like mixture of blood, and it is harder to identify their ethnicity, and that's why they may identify themselves as mixed or other. So here from the story of the US, it is like harder to, have or to identify the ethnic identity of one person. And it would be quite different from the context of other countries like Vietnam or Japan or China. With the UK, the US, and Australia, the countries that are the multiracial, multicultural one, and they have a diversity of community. And they also have many people with mixed blood, and it's harder to have or to identify this one, ethnic identity. And now I'd like to finish this part by giving you another examples of identities, that is British and Hong Kong identities. We'll talk about the cultural influences of Great Britain on Hong Kong. And here it is one video, and I'd like you to answer these two questions. The first question is, how did British culture influence Hong Kong's culture? And the second question is, what is the identity of Hong Kongers? Is that clear? And now let's watch the video. Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ chuyển sang một ví dụ khác. Với ví dụ này chúng ta sẽ nói về Vương quốc Anh và Hồng Kông. Với các bạn xem video và trả lời hai câu hỏi. Thứ nhất đó là văn hóa Anh đã ảnh hưởng đến văn hóa Hồng Kông như thế nào, nó đã ảnh hưởng đến những mặt nào và nó đã hiện diện như thế nào ở Hồng Kông. Và câu hỏi số 2 là vậy what is the identity of Hong Kongers? Is that clear? All right, so let's watch the video. If there is any problem while watching the video, please let me know.
I'm in China, but it certainly feels like I'm in Great Britain.
Hong Kong, under British rule, has grown a modern Western city in an Eastern setting. And right in the center of downtown Hong Kong are the British Cricket Club grounds. Cricket has been played on these grounds since 1880.
Hong Kong is a peculiar place. It's a British colony until just 1997, and because of that, the British culture here is so visible. This ferry was set up by the British in 1888.
Day and night, the five-star ferry comes and goes, providing cross-harbor transportation.
These trams were brought over by the British in the early 1900s. If you go to London, you'll see double-decker buses that actually look exactly like the buses here. You notice what side of the road they're driving on? So many of the street names, road names, are British.
The famous Happy Valley Racetrack, reputedly the most beautiful in the East.
Come on! Rolling through this park, and I stumbled upon a legit bowling green. A place where they play bowls. Old British sport. That is just right here in the middle of Hong Kong.
The British brought good administration and a gracious way of living, typified by these homes and apartments on Victoria Peak.
Around the late 1600s or early 1700s, Britain's...
Right, so this is the very first part. And the next part is about history, so I will skip this and continue with the next part.
But let's talk about tea again. It remains a symbol as to the different cultures that exist here in Hong Kong. British influence versus the Chinese influence. The British prefer milk in their tea with crumpets and scones and little cakes. Whereas the Chinese will tell you they do not pervert their tea with milk. And they drink tea with dim sum, little buns and cakes. A British tea situation looks very different. These two traditions played out side by side in the city for many years in a divided way, with the Chinese down in their crowded slums drinking their tea in their tea houses, and the British up on the hills in their aristocratic homes sipping their milk tea. But eventually over time, those boundaries dissolved and the two cultures started to blend and fuse together.
Yeah, the two cultures started to blend and fused together.
經過咗幾十年甚至過百年嘅時間之後咧，慢慢
But I hate to break it to you, Britain, 99 years is not forever, like the British diplomat thought it was going to be.
The actual handover ceremony is about to start.
British rule officially comes to an end with a handover ceremony just before midnight.
Five-star flag of China, soon to be sovereign over Hong Kong again.
I should like, on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen and of the entire British people, to express our thanks, admiration, affection, and good wishes to all the people of Hong Kong.
At the stroke of midnight, the Red Star flag of China will go up.
For
me, it was pure betrayal. Like, we're like being abandoned by the Brits.
There was pride in this mix of like the Chinese values and I guess the Western values.
An identity of a citizen is not like determined by your passport or something. It's something that you treasure, the culture you're living in. We feel lost in our identity.
Our generation have very complicated identity.
So, are you ready? If you are not still very clear, or I mean, you still miss some parts of this video, you could log into YouTube and find the video named How 156 Years of British Rule Shaped Hong Kong. And now I'd like to break you into different rooms, and you would have the discussion and answer the 2 questions here. Would you like me to play this video again? Bây giờ mình sẽ chia các bạn thành các nhóm từ 4 đến 5 bạn, và các bạn sẽ thảo luận để trả lời 2 câu hỏi. Nếu như các bạn nghe lần thứ nhất của video này chưa rõ thì các bạn có thể vào YouTube và xem lại qua cái video này. Tuy nhiên lúc nãy các bạn có nghe rõ không ạ? Mọi thứ rõ ràng rồi không ạ? Có bị cái nội dung hay là cái video này có nhiều hay là có nhanh quá không? Is it too fast or
không có ạ.
Is it
Chỉ có
overloaded?
em vốn từ hơi kém nên đoạn sau em hơi khó hiểu thôi, còn đoạn đầu thì ví dụ ảnh hưởng về phương tiện giao thông hay là ẩm thực thì em nghe hiểu hết, nhưng đoạn sau đến đoạn liên quan đến chính trị thì em hơi khó hiểu.
Dạ, cái đoạn về chính trị hơi phức tạp hơn một chút đúng không ạ?
Vâng.
Rồi thì mình sẽ I would like replay that part.
On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen and of the entire British people, to express our thanks, admiration, affection, and good wishes to all the people of Hong Kong.
This scene is their ceremony when Hong Kong was handed over to the Republic of China, and you've just seen the speech by King Charles III. And at this time in 1997, he was Prince Charles, and now he is King Charles III.
Yes, he became a king when after Queen Victoria died.
Yeah.
For me, it was pure betrayal. Like, we're like being abandoned by the Brits.
There was pride in this mix of like the Chinese values and I guess the Western values.
An identity of a citizen is not like determined by your passport or something. It's something that you treasure, the culture you're living in. We feel lost in our identity.
Our generation have very complicated identity.
And they claim that their generation's identities are quite complicated after the handover. So I'd like you to have a quick discussion with your friends about these cultural influences and also about Hong Kongers' identities. What can you get from this video? And also, what you had known, about Hong Kong identities before. So you could share with your classmates, and later on, we could share with each other. All right, is that clear, everyone? If you find this one clear, could you send number 1 into the chat box to let me know? All right, thank you, Ms. Ming Ang. And how about others? Are you still here with me, or are you somewhere? All right, so I'm putting you into different rooms, and you would have about 5 to 10 minutes for discussion. I'm sorry, but I don't think we have time for, I don't think that we have break time. So just, have a short discussion with your friend, about 5 to 10 minutes. And after that, we could get back to the whole class. And I would like you to send, your notes of your discussion notes to the chat box. All right, so now let's get into your group. All right, everyone. So, how are things going? I'd like to listen to your opinion. You could raise your voice or you could type your answers, your thoughts into the chat box. Hello? Hello?
Yes, teacher.
Yes.
Yes, please.
In my opinion, the British has impact many forces in Hong Kong when they keep that make Hong Kong have many habits in transportation and living cost, but they not impact Hong Kong food. Example, British like drink tea with milk, but and sweet cake, but Hong Kong like like tea with dim sum, and the British has many negative impact when they give rip rock and when they want to buy tea, not give silver.
Yeah.
And
so you're talking about the Opium War, like,
yes.
yeah.
That's a long time ago when the Hong Kong come back with China. The Hong Kong not want it. They feel lost identity.
So Hong Kongers don't want to
come back China.
Yeah, they don't want to be back to China, to be under Chinese administration. So they feel like they have lost identity.
They
Thank
think
you.
if they are British, they can easy
I don't think so.
Yeah. All right. So I'd like to listen to another opinion. I've just heard one opinion.
I heard that actually British influence on Hong Kong culture, but the Hong Kong always have an identity of Chinese because they have many heritage from Chinese, from the ancestor and maybe they keep the tradition, the cultural fusion from British and Chinese example, and they have many local culture. Example, tradition festival in example Chinese the New Year and Mid-Autumn Festival or local custom or cuisine. For the cuisine, they mix Chinese and British. I think that.
Okay, thank you. So from Miss Phượng opinion, we could see that Hong Kong's culture is like the blend of British and the Chinese one. their culture have been influenced by a British culture for almost 100 years, and they have affected their cultural life in terms of like transport, sport, and some aspect in their ways of life. But they still keep their own tradition. They keep their own identity. So they could say that it is their identity is the mix of both the Chinese values and British values. Any other opinion? Any other opinion? Thank you thank you, Ms. Tham and Ms. Phượng, for your opinion. And I'd like to also add on one more opinion here. It is about the last statement in the interview with one young people at the end of the video, when he said that our identity cannot be solely determined by a passport, but it is determined by, you know, the what we treasure, what we have, what we feel a strong sense of belonging. So in this case, it is important to note that Hong Kongers' identity are still the mixture of both, even though they have been handed over to China and to be under the administration of Republic of China. Alright. Với phần này, với phần nội dung của cái video này thì thực ra mình còn phải nói thêm một phần nữa, cái phần quan trọng khi mà người ta nhắc đến cái gọi là lost identity hay là complicated identities, đó là về chính trị, về những cái điểm khác biệt, những cái mâu thuẫn. Tuy nhiên trong cái nội dung, trong cái phạm vi của khóa học này thì chúng ta sẽ nói ít, chúng ta sẽ không nói quá nhiều về chính trị. Vì vậy cho nên mình sẽ bỏ qua về cái vấn đề đó, mà mình chỉ dùng cái này để minh họa cho cái khái niệm mà chúng ta vừa mới phân tích thôi. Vậy thì với cái khái niệm đó, khi chúng ta nói về cultural identity, chúng ta nói về cultural influence, thì chúng ta có thể lấy là, you know, we would take Hong Kong as a good example to illustrate what we have discussed so far. Như vậy, ở đây cái bản sắc văn hóa nó không phải chỉ gắn liền với cái passport, với nationality, mà nó là cái mà nó là gắn liền với văn hóa mà chúng ta trân trọng, mà chúng ta cảm thấy là chúng ta thuộc về nó và chúng ta gắn bó với nó. This activity is also the very end of the first lesson about key cultural concepts.
Yeah.
So in our first lesson, we have discussed 4 main concepts about culture, nation, nature, and identities. And this the understanding of these concepts would help us to explore cultures of English-speaking countries, that is the UK, the US. And for now, I think that we probably have about 15 minutes left. And I'd like to move to the next lesson. That is about the UK. Ms. Tâm, Hong Kong is influenced by British culture in terms of transportation, tea, cuisine, and Hong Kongers enjoy tea with dim sum and also cake similar as British. All right, thank you, Ms. Tâm, for your opinion. Do you have any questions before we move on? Các bạn có câu hỏi gì không?
Em không ạ.
Okay,
Cô giáo có thể
thank
chuyển phần tiếp
you.
theo.
All right, so we just have a short visit to Hong Kong, and we could see how Great Britain influenced Hong Kong in terms of sports. It happened pastimes in terms of transportation, like the image of you could see the image, the very familiar image of double-decker bus and of the ferry as also one of the main means of transportation in this area. So now we will travel to the UK and explore this country. And in the very first lesson about the UK, I'm going to introduce to you some basic information with some statistics and also some important symbols and icons of this country. And in the second part, we are going to investigate the history of this country. But of course, we are not going to learn, the very long history of this country. Instead, we just focus on 4 main events and period, the one that I have listed on the slide. And finally, we'll analyze the British values and beliefs. Here we would look at language and belonging, national identity, complexity, and core values. And now let's get started with the first part about the country and the people with some quick facts. These are some quick facts of the country. And I am going to show you only the slide. What I'd like to pay attention to is, first, you see the language in the UK is also very diverse. Apart from English, there are also other languages such as Welsh, Irish, Scots, Scottish Gaelic, and Cornish. Cornish is one dialect, is actually has died out, and now the government have made effort to relive this language. There are also a diversity of ethnic groups and of religion, as you see here. And first, we would have a look at the name and distinguish different name when people mention the UK. England, Great Britain, United Kingdom, and British Isles, and they would be different. And first, let's look at this map. This is the red line show us the area, like the British Isles. So what is the British Isles? They are situated in the northwest of Europe, and it has 2 large islands and several smaller ones, Great Britain and Ireland. Look at this. Let me show you. The 2 large islands are Ireland with the green line and Great Britain with the purple line. It also has 2 nation states. And I think you still remember the nation states. The first one, that is the Republic of Ireland. Yeah, this part. And the second one, that is the United Kingdom of Great Britain, that is the purple one, and Northern Ireland. And the United Kingdom has the official name, that is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the UK for short. It has 4 separate nations. And it also includes other crown dependencies, the Channel Islands and Isle of Man. These dependencies have complete internal self-government ruled by a lieutenant governor appointed by the British government. And this is the four nations that constitute the United Kingdom. And so people in the UK have the British citizenship, but they have different nationality. Như vậy cái phần này thì mình đã nói ở bài trước rồi, là một ví dụ của bài trước khi mình nói đến nation và nation state. And now let's look at the geography. Let's look at the geography of the country. The first one, that is when it comes to the geography, both the physical and the human geography, I would just, give you some very brief information. And instead, I would show you one video, which can help us to understand the geography and also how geography influence the history and the culture of the country. Với phần này thì mình sẽ nói qua một chút thôi và các bạn sẽ xem video và chúng ta xác định những cái đặc điểm về địa lý và nó ảnh hưởng đến văn hóa lịch sử của nước Anh như thế nào. So let's continue, and at the end of this part, I would like you to watch a short video. It is said that there is a popular stereotype about British, like British people love compromise, probably because of the physical geography of the country. It is that the land and the climate in Britain have a notable lack of extremes. So this may or may not be true. Yeah, but it is like one stereotype about British culture and how it is influenced by the physical geography. And now let's have a look at the physical geography of the country. First, let's look at the topography. This country has rugged, long coastline, as you can see. It also has mountains, but not high mountain. Now let's have a closer look at the map. It has flat land, it has a lot of rivers and a complex system of canals. And it has no active volcanoes. So I'd like to enlarge this map so you could see clearer. And now let's have a look. First, let's look at England. So most of the land of England is a flat land. In Wales, we have like Cambrian mountains, but they are kind of hilly area, not very high one. In the north part of England, there is one mountain range here, and the southern uplands here. And most of the land of Scotland is the highlands, with the northwest highlands and Grampian mountains areas. For Northern Ireland, most of this part is also the flat land, as you can see here. But one interesting thing is this up north part. Can you notice this area? Yeah, that is the Orkney Islands and Shetland Islands. And they also they are situated in the North Sea and they belong to Scotland. And there are also a lot of, legends, cultural stories, a lot of customs and interesting things in this, two areas, the Shetland and the Orkney Islands. And I would show you this one later on. And you could see that the four nations here are separated by different mountain range and rivers and also the sea. When it comes to climate, it is also a stereotype that in England it is rainy and foggy, and people love to talk about the weather. But the fact is that London gets no more rain than most other major European cities. And it doesn't have a climate, but only weather, and it is changeable. That's why British people love to talk about the weather. It is not only because that whether it is, a safe topic, but it is also because that the weather always changes, and they would also, talk about that as a common topic for small talk. And here I'd also like to show you some other features of the land and the settlement of the country. Where do people live? They don't like living in plots or flats in city centers because they love privacy and the countryside. They also, but here you see, according to the statistic in 2018, only 16.6% living in the rural area. And the cities in England and Wales have been built outwards more than upwards. And they would live like on the outskirts of the cities. They prefer to live there, but not like in the center, in skyscrapers or in high apartment buildings. And have a look at this one. You could see, this map illustrates the persons per square kilometers. And you could see that, you could see the main cities in this country where the density is very high, like in London, in Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, in Newcastle upon Tyne, Edinburgh, and Glasgow, and Belfast. So those are the main cities of this country, or Cardiff also. But the area surrounding this one, the outskirts of these cities also have, quite kind of average density. And this is also how the country is, how the country is divided into different regions. Yeah, I'd like to list out some only. Yeah. So now let's have a look at this question. I have here two questions for you. What challenges and advantages does geography bring to the UK? And what cultural stereotypes does the UK have due to its geography? Let's watch this video and answer the questions. Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ xem một cái video ngắn và sau đó các bạn sẽ trả lời câu hỏi. Geography, phần địa lý tự nhiên, địa lý con người, địa lý xã hội đấy. Yeah, what I mean, human and physical geography nó đã tạo nên những cái thuận lợi và những cái thách thức nào đối với Vương quốc Anh. Và các bạn có biết những cái stereotypes? Do you know any cultural stereotypes that the UK have due to its geography? All right, so let's watch the video.
Cô cho em hỏi.
Yes, please.
Theo lịch nhà trường thông báo thì bây giờ là hết giờ rồi đúng không ạ?
Mình định học đến 9:15 thôi.
Vâng. Vâng, bây giờ là 9:15 ạ.
Cô ơi, cô cứ cho xem nốt đi, không sao đâu ạ. Ai bạn nào không học thì có thể rời lớp sớm mà.
Xem là 9 giờ. Ok. Cái video này khoảng 2 phút thôi. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Cái video này mình cũng đã up ở trên trong cái syllabus. Các bạn có thể theo dõi ở trên đó.
The United Kingdom is located in northwestern Europe and includes the island of Great Britain, surrounding islands, and part of Ireland. The country is surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the North Sea, the Irish Sea, and the English Channel. The rugged coastline, around 12,500 kilometers long, and surrounding waters, covering important oil and gas reserves, offer the nation protection, particularly from rivals in continental Europe. The United Kingdom's main geographic challenge is the integration of the British Isles. The rugged topography of the islands fostered the development of strong regional identities.
Yeah, so the first one, they talk about the strong regional identities. Due to the topography of the islands.
Strong regional identities. Competing regions like Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland make it difficult to maintain control from the core region and the fertile lowlands around London. The upcoming Scottish referendum for independence reflects the continued regional striving for independence from London. When British governments overcome domestic divisions, they can turn their attention outward. Control over the surrounding seas was vital for dominance of the Mediterranean and Atlantic Ocean, and from there the development of the British Empire. Substantial coal and iron deposits, along with an intricate river and canal system, were among the factors that drove the country to lead the Industrial Revolution in the 1800s. The dominance of the Royal Navy gave Britain control of the oceans and global trade. The United Kingdom's detachment from continental Europe offers protection, since the United European Empire could challenge the country's independence. Having a voice in the European Union and strong military and economic ties with the United States help London counter this potential threat.
All right. So I think that because it's pretty late, and I just like to introduce to you this video. You could go, you could log into, you could Google this one with the United Kingdom Geographic Challenge. And at home, I'd like you to watch this again. And you could take the information from this video and also from other sources in order to answer the two questions about the advantages and the challenges that the UK geography bring to the country, and also some other stereotype that the UK has. All right, is that clear, everyone? And next week at the beginning of the lesson, we'll talk about this one. Các bạn về nhà sẽ xem lại cho mình cái video này và trả lời 2 câu hỏi ở trong slide. Tuần tới đầu giờ thì chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau thảo luận 2 câu hỏi này. Và thêm thông tin với các bạn là cái chuỗi video Geographic Challenge này thì có cả với tất cả các nước. Chúng ta có thể xem về ví dụ như là Japan này hay là Vietnam này. Và chúng ta đối chiếu xem là do they have a good analysis, an appropriate analysis of the geographic challenge of our country or not. Ví dụ như với Việt Nam này, hoặc là mình có với US, the United States Geographic Challenge also. Okay, so let me wrap up our lesson today. All right, so in our lesson today, we have discussed the four main concepts, and we also look at the very first part of the United Kingdom. And next week, we will continue to explore the country. We look at the history and the values, the core values, and we also investigate the education and the economy of the country. All right, so that's it for today. Với những bạn mà chưa có access với cả decop thì mình sẽ hỏi lại để add cái khóa học vào cái lớp của các bạn nhé. Thì các bạn nhớ theo dõi. Còn bạn nào mà có nói là add Zalo của mình để mình gửi tài liệu luôn ý, thì bạn đấy là bạn nào nhỉ? Thì bạn add Zalo của mình nhé, thì mình sẽ gửi trước những cái slide thôi. Còn về bài quiz này, sách này, rồi các cái video ấy, đường link video ấy thì mình vẫn sẽ để trên decop nhé. Okay, so that's it for today. Okay.
Em thưa cô là quiz là hàng tuần làm đều đặn hả cô?
Quiz mình sẽ làm hàng tuần nhé. Quiz của bài số 1 và bài số 2 đều về chủ đề cultural concepts thì bắt đầu tuần này mình mới làm. Còn quiz của những tuần còn quiz của những tuần sau thường mình sẽ để deadline lại trong khoảng 1 tuần cho đến 2 tuần.
Vâng ạ.
Bài quiz là chỉ làm một lần hay là bọn em được làm lại?
Bài quiz được làm 2 lần nhá.
Vâng ạ.
Cho mình hỏi là bạn mình sẽ để số điện thoại cho bạn lớp trưởng, bạn phụ trách lớp nhé.
Em Việt ạ.
Số điện thoại để số điện thoại public ở đây. Thế bạn Việt nhắn cho mình số điện thoại của bạn đi.
Lớp em hôm nay lớp trưởng không có mặt ở đây thì em có thể thay mặt lớp trưởng lớp em được không ạ?
Yes, it's all right.
Yes, thank you, teacher.
All right, so that's it for today and see you next week. Còn bạn nào để lại số điện thoại cho mình thì các bạn ở lại đọc số điện thoại cho mình nhé.
Chúng em cảm ơn cô ạ.
Chào cô ạ.
Okay, bye.
Yes, thank you, teacher. Good night.
Good night.
Bye, teacher.
Bye, see you next week.
Bye. Ok bạn Việt nhé, mình đã add Zalo của bạn Việt rồi đấy.
Em chào cô ạ.
Ok, bye.
Cô giáo ngủ ngon ạ.
Thank you. You too. Ok, mình đã gửi của bạn Thoa và bạn Hoàng Việt nhé.
Cô ơi, em vừa nhắn số điện thoại của em qua tin nhắn của team cho cô ạ. Cô để ý hộ em với ạ.